I think it's just a moment before away. Oh wait, no way, I've just been told that I'm live. This game's a long one. Hi everyone, I'm Ria. This is Legend of Legaia. Any % new game plus. Game's kinda long. It's an RPG of sorts. There's a lot to talk about, but for the sake of just getting this show on the road, I'm going to go ahead and get started here in just a few seconds. So, without further ado, waiting on the local recorder to start. I'm going to begin with 5 count in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, start. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to mute through. I'm going to hit mash select to skip through the intro cutscene because that's like 3, 4, 5 minutes. I don't actually know exactly how long. I never timed it because you can just press select to skip the cutscene. Literally the only thing in the entire game that you use the select button for. And since there were no incentives, there are no incentives for names. We'll just go with default names because those are the fastest. So we're the chosen one, obviously, although we don't know that we're the chosen one yet. And tomorrow we're going to be an adult and go on the hunt. So obviously that means something bad's going to happen tonight. We will switch a couple of settings around. Talk to May, the love interest. Use the second option to avoid the text box of shame, which costs like a second and a half, but still, it's the first real place that you can lose a bunch of time. Well, not a bunch, but... I'm gonna head over to May, or to Yvonne's house, have a cutscene with May and Yvonne's family, and then we're just kind of trying to pass through Realm as soon as possible. This is the obligatory introductory town of every RPG where you're kind of stuck here until the plot finally allows us to go. So the goal is to get the plot to allow us to leave the first town as quickly as possible.
While you are doing that, may I interrupt you for a quick donation?
Now's a pretty good time, actually, yes.
Sweet. So we got a $20 donation by Ricky Matsko saying, "Great marathon, great cause, let's crush that goal. Best of luck to RiaSkies in the run. Let's put this donation towards the incredible 8-bit version of the DuckTales soundtrack." Really good choice of incentive right there.
Alright, so we got our obligatory tutorial fight where the game teaches us how to engage in combat. I feel like I don't really need an introduction, so... but we also won't actually be doing that much combat. This is just completely scripted. We have to do what the game wants us to in the right order. Oh, and we got the block. So if we get the block there and we don't fall down, saves a little bit of time. Like 3/4 of a second, or thereabouts. It's always nice to get. And after we have viewed the scene with May, and done the training with Tetsu, that takes us to Twilight. Where we find out that May's father, Juno, is dead. Time to pay respects to Juno. Because he's dead. Is that? It's Juno. We never actually get to see him alive, so. Father? Father? I'm so sorry, May. It all happened so quickly before we knew it. Juno was attacked by the Saru monsters. There wasn't anything we could do. So, this is the song that keeps getting copyright. This song here keeps getting copyright claimed on YouTube because it keeps spitting out a false positive on Content ID. So this song does kind of annoy me a little bit for upload purposes. So in order to advance the plot, we just have to go ahead and head home and go to sleep in advance to nighttime. It is. So, I should note that the category is any % New Game Plus. So maybe explain that in a little bit more detail. So we're gonna jump to this other file that's in my slot 6 after saving. No, we're not just going to skip straight to the end of the game. For the most part. I mean, that would be nice, but we can't quite jump that far. But what I can do is I'm going to use a couple of incense and then I'm going to go back to my other file. Now, incense is a consumable item, and it temporarily shuts off random encounters. Now, as it turns out, the game designers, they kind of made an error in programming, and they didn't actually sanitize the incense step count when loading or when saving or loading a different save file. So I can use the incense there, and then when I go to my other file, I still have the effects of those incense, even though I have no way to access incense in the actual game until a little bit less, maybe 40% of the way through the game, 35, 40% of the way through the game. Fuck 9, it's the mist! So Zito and Juggernaut come around to do some nasty things to us. Oh, there's a fine gentleman there in the background. Oh no! Poink, poink, poink. So we're going to have an encounter. Hopefully we can run away from it as quickly as possible. Alright, got a first turn run, that's always good. And so we're just going to try to do the bare minimum we need and then get out of here as quickly as possible. I'm going to come over here, check the Genesis tree, which will now speak to us, and we'll get our raw Saru meta. Raw Saru are like regular Saru, except they have stronger willpower, and they can resist the effects of the mist and not go crazy, insane, whatever, like the other Saru. Yeah, I can run around even though I'm wearing a Saru, and the mist does not affect me. So I'm gonna grab the magic leaf in the elder's house, probably being used to treat glaucoma. Because we're gonna sell that for 500. After talking to the elder, he summons the villagers here to the Genesis tree. And now, with the power of the raw Seru and human prayer, we are able to revive the Genesis tree, and now we're gonna have a cutscene. Yay, cutscenes! I hope you like cutscenes, because this is an RPG, so there's bound to be some of them. So we're gonna revive the Genesis tree, which pushes away the mist. And bye bye. They explode into polygons. That's just what they do. Loading into polygons? Oh my. That's really hecking scary, getting exploded. Now we have the funeral cutscene. We're about to finally get to leave town. We've got about 2.5, 3 more minutes. Mommy, where are June and the others going? The Valley of Noir, dear, far, far away beyond the sea. You're not gonna come back? Will you bring us good being seed? I'm afraid not. Valley of Noir is very, very far away. Alright, so just about ready to leave. Try to leave and May will stop us. Gonna give us the hunter's clothes. Gonna ask if we're okay. Gonna tell her to mind her own business and be rude because it saves like half a second. So we have have to head back to town after hitting the world map, and it is intentional because you hit the world map in order to get this drawer to open up, which gives us access to the point card. Point card is kind of nice. Sell all our stuff. And we're going to sell. Wow. We're gonna sell everything to buy some Doors of Light and then some boots and a knife for Vaughn. Give him a little bit more offensive power. And now we're gonna do some glitches because, well, I don't know about you, but you know, we actually don't have enough time to play through the game normally, so we're gonna kind of just glitch through it instead because that's more fun. I'm gonna go back to our other save file after saving the game. Now we're gonna do some running around in this room. Step up. I'm gonna count to 18. 4. 6. 12. 17 and 18. Now we're going to load up our other file. Going to hold up and right. Step down. Now we're out of bounds. Gonna run around out of bounds, going up and left. And we just skipped across the water gate, which saves a lot of time because that skips a lot of stuff. So now we need to go use an incense because we're not going to be able to make it across to Byron Monastery without turning off the encounters, because encounters here will absolutely destroy a level 1 Vaughn. Alright, so we made it to Byron. And this girl Noah, her name's Noah, shows up. Never met her before. Maybe we'll actually get to meet her at some point. How dare you call Master Zopu old man? How dare you? Oh, and here we're gonna meet Maya. The elder asked us before we left for Elm to go find Maya because that's May's only surviving relative. Clearly they're related. You can tell by the hair color. So in order to advance onward, we have to talk to Gala and Songi. Yeah, I know, Gala hasn't been named yet, he's still just Master Teacher, but he's about to be named. Now Songi is going to be like, ha 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 ha, I am evil, ha ha ha. And so we're going to leave Songi to go do Songi things. I'm sure we'll never see him again. We'll see him in about an hour and a half. It's not a name, it's a title. Wait, you mean Master Teacher? Your name is not actually Master Teacher? Shocking. Paragas. Now there's stuff that the game wants us to do, but instead we're going to do things that I want to do instead of what the game wants us to do. So again, I'm going to save. We're going to go to the other file and use an instance. I'm going to be doing a lot of that. Especially in the first half of this. That's what makes it New Game Plus. So we're gonna run around. Switch from left to up left. Hold R1, buffer upright. So we're gonna count 1. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Now we're out of bounds. And much like the fairy fountains in Majora's Mask, the 4 blockings are all on one map. So now I have access to Snowdrift Cave, and that's going to allow us to do some fun stuff. We're going to do Noah's little intro arc with Vaughn and Gala. I promise there's a punchline to all of this, it just takes a little time to get there. If anybody has any questions, because this was kind of weird, I'm doing things really out of order, and even if you have played this game casually, you probably are not going to have any idea of what's going on unless you are aware of how this run goes. So we have to go do the training ground sequence right now. Get to see Vaughn do Noah's animations. Alright, we do have to fight a few Pyuras here. You are 52. Let's try to ah, dang it. Try to take care of these in one round. But unfortunately, the Pyura decided to block like a jerk. Ah, so we got to fight 2 more before we can finish the sequence. And 1 block. And 1 last Pyra, but this time we can use the point card. The point card takes the money you spend in shops and converts it into damage at a rate of so we just use that to go ahead and blast that Pyra down. So, moving along. So we're doing it, the reason why we did all this is to get Tara into the party, because we need Tara in the party. Tara in the party is a very good thing when she joins us. So just as before, we'll use an incense, because, you know, we already know this song and dance by now, right? Right? I don't know. So now what we're going to do is, instead of cutting through the blocking, we're going to actually skip past the blocking. So I got the incense to run out exactly when the game would try to load me into the blocking, but instead I was able to pass through it. That's going to give us access to the last dungeon. Yeah, again with this Noah girl. Never met her before. So we're just gonna run. We're just gonna go through the dungeon for a little while. There's a punchline coming up here in about 4 minutes or so. And they don't screw up the skip. Get to enjoy the rockin' music of the Misty Mess. Thanks to incense, we don't have to worry about random encounters, which would destroy us at this level. Gonna save. I'm gonna jump to our other save file. Alright, so we're running around just like we did at the water gate. And 18. Man, that skipped another boss. All right, everybody get ready for the exciting part. Here's Vito. I think we've seen him before. Noah says something about bothering her Mount Rikaroa, doing horrible things to Terra the Wolf. I mean, I don't actually recall any of that happening. Oh, and he's a giant enemy crab. So we're just gonna run away because we are in no way, shape, or form equipped to be able to defeat Zito. And we died. Well, that sucks. Well, sorry everybody. That of course was just a joke, since we have Terra in the party. Anytime that we would die, instead it just treats it as though we'd won and spits us out of the fight. So we don't get any experience or levels or items out of it, but you know what? We don't actually need any of that, because we can just do that to every boss in the game, except for the ones that we skip altogether. So there's the punchline. I don't know if everybody went back to sleep. You know, chat's been pretty dead, so I don't know if I need to. If there's stuff that's not well explained, just let me know.
Just keep talking. I'm listening, at least.
Yay! I have someone who's listening to me. Alright, there are people listening. This makes me feel better. I was worried that I was actually also kind of worried that the internet had a moment and decided to disconnect on me. That should be mostly fixed because we found that there was a bad coaxial connector and it was just really wrecking the internet, but I think it's good-ish at this point. Haven't had any major problems with it since we got it fixed a few weeks ago. So the mist generator has been destroyed, and Maya's gonna leave for Rimmel. But it's okay, because there's no mist, so she can get there safely. I mean, she's gonna have to swim across the river because we never actually lowered the water gate. Oh, Vaughn, you're the greatest. The game is actually kind of confused in where it is. It's Lou. Hello. Now we're gonna head up to Subbicus Island, which is the second region of the game. We got through the first of 3 regions in my local recording's been going for just over like 41.5 minutes right now, so already through, not really through a third of the game. The last region is considerably longer than the first 2. There's less of it that we can skip. I'm gonna do a little bit of marathon safety. And just in case my slots go poorly, sell those so we can get a little bit of money. Now we'll have a little cutscene here. Gonna have some babies. Gonna hear the babies are gonna speak to us. Well, we should probably find Hari or something. Keep having that dream, apparently. Talk to the old water witch, and she's gonna say, hey, as a little parting gift, we can get some Doors of Wind, which are kind of like Doors of Light, except they're wind instead of light. Doors of Light warp you out of dungeons, Doors of Wind warp you from the overworld to a town you visited before. We're gonna head to Jeremy now. I'm gonna take care of Berserker just like we took care of Zito. So there's a little elevator puzzle, but we don't have to deal with that. Time for Cirky. So that thing is really making out with the Genesis tree. But we're gonna have to tell Berserker that, sorry, no, the Genesis tree does not like you in that way. Oh no, poisonous gas. That sounds most unpleasant. Oh, and there we go. There's the fight. We did it. We died. The horrifying monster at no map for the Byron Martial. I mean, not that we would know. The Byron martial arts played absolutely no part in that victory. Sorry, not sorry. And we have now revived the Genesis tree of Jeremy and move on with our life. Well, it's actually the Book of Genesis tree. Yep, we got rid of the mist. How do we do it? Oh, that's really simple. We just used the power of glitches. Glitches. Infinite glitches! Alright, so the mayor of Jeremy is totally Mr. Monopoly. Just saying it. That's totally Mr. Monopoly. There's the incense wearing off finally. That's okay. Now we have to go do Zalin's little fetch quest. Can't just give us the Star Pearl to save us all a bunch of time. Instead we gotta go do his fetch quest for his son because the game requires that we do so. So now we're going to use more incense, because of course we are. Alright. Now it's time for the slots. Heaven help us all, right? Need to get about 10,500 coins. Wish me luck, everybody.
One more! One more!
There we go. There's our bonus game. That was crappy getting up 3 there. There we go. Now we have 1,000. Not a great start, but got some. Sadly, the slots are not going as well as they usually are.
One more!
Dang it! Thought I had that one.
One more!
That one was really bad.
One more! One more!
There we go. Second bonus game done.
One more!
Yeah.
One more! Bonus game!
Fortunately, we're not going to have quite enough coins. I have to get one more bonus game. We're at 300 at the start.
One more! Bonus game!
Alright, that's enough. Nope. Alright, so we're done with the slots. The reason why we need to do all that is because we do need some, to get that war soul for money. And then we'll use that to buy incense when we get to Soul Tower, so we don't have to keep using file transfer. Now, it is time to move forward. Now we're gonna RiaSkies incense, and it'll allow us just long enough to get us to where we need to go. Come out, Hari. So where is Hari? I want you to tell me what dreams mean. Noah. Wait, calm down. You must calm down. But. No. Not fair. Wah. Gotta go ahead and humor Noah by telling her that we'll look around. As much as I don't want to. We must search the town. Let's... Vaughn, you took like such a big shot. Vaughn, let's look for Hari. Wow. Baby Ray. So we're gonna meet Kara for the first time. I'm Noah. With me here are Noah and Noah. Sneak thieving? What's that? Something bad. Stealing from people. Sorry, kid, but you can't. It's locked. The only thing I found was some measly jewel, or they call it star pearl or something. I don't get it. How can she travel through the mist at will without a RiaSkies? I don't know either. I'm sure it won't like become a major plot point or anything. Or win to Jeremy. Now that we've handled Zalin's fetch quest and seen the cutscene with Kara, we can finally get the Star Pearl, which will allow us to So we're gonna get Zalin's crown, which is completely useless. It's a metal ring that we can't sell. Now we get the Star Pearl. Sure win, back to Octum. Now we get to meet the Ginyu Force, I mean the Delilah's family, but basically the Ginyu Force slash Power Rangers slash Super Sentai, etc., etc. We will not actually be fighting them at any point during the run. Was that a spoiler? I think that was a spoiler. I also mentioned something about Navora and Koru. Now we have to put in the correct symbols. In Octum, the statues tell you what to do. But it's the same every time, so we can just memorize which order to put them in. Alright, so now we're gonna finally have access to head towards underground sim. Moving right along. Incense will run out right there. There it goes. But once we get past this tiny room here, we're now in Underground Optim. Yay! A whole bunch of people here in the caverns under Optim. Go, go, go! Run, run, run! Hurry, hurry, hurry! I'm gonna sell the War Soul. Stock up on Doors of Light and Wind. Oh, another earthquake! Oh no! Oh no, Deborah's house is going to collapse. Oh no. You can do it! Jump, jump! She's okay. But her house is now gone. I don't believe it. This is worse than a nightmare. It's hurry, hurry! So Hari is finally awake. Mayor's like, yippee, we're saved. But then the mayor's like, dang it. The Hari only wants to talk to us. Mayor's like, baby rage. Speaking of babies, it's time for babies. I have to talk to all 3 of the babies to learn out about the future, the present, and the past. Because of course we have to talk to screaming babies. I mean, I'm not really paying any attention, I'm just saying yes to get on with the plot. Speedy zoom zooms. Baby. It's an earthquake! Oh no, it's an earthquake! And oh no, it's the Palace of Meditation. Oh! That guard is just ramming into everybody. God's like, we can't save them. The earth opened up and swallowed the Haris. Get some baby rage in chat now. We're getting close to the end of having to do the incense transfer. La 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 la. No, we don't really need to pick up any of the chests in here. Alright, and moving right along, we are passing through the fire path on route to probably the most difficult. Da-da. Da-da. Now we're gonna fight. Now we're gonna have Zane, which, as I think I kind of tried to say earlier, is perhaps the most difficult fight in the game casually. Even in a speedrun that doesn't use New Game Plus shenanigans, if you don't have the point guard, this fight is really heckin' annoying. But I'm in the middle of something important. I can talk after I push the stone pillar and kill everyone above us. What on earth do you want? You don't take no for an answer, do you? Those Serenier arms, those are the Raws there, aren't they? Just 5 luck. That means you guys are the enemy, right? Yup. That was not too bad. So we find that Zane has used the last bit of strength that he had left to freeze the molten lava. And oh my gosh, we can finally get an incense. Door light out. Here's the incense running out. So we're going to use incense again here. We're going to save, we're going to use an incense, then we're going to load up the save. So we're going to be doing another skip here. And 12, step up. And we just skipped 2 bosses, an entire town, a lot of general nastiness, and we can move on to the next portion of the game. Wow, that's pretty exciting. And this is actually the last time we will be going into our other file unless skips go really wrong and I have to use a transfer in order to get a couple more incense. Hopefully it won't happen, but But yeah, it's still Hottie's Castle. It's the second of spoilers 4 misgenerator dungeons. Gonna run through nice and quickly, and pretty much whatever all that we have done. Geez, I don't even know what to say at this point. I'm just apparently quite out of it. It's difficult, and there's not a lot of not really ever sure what to talk about. I think it's just
Well, in that case, mind if I talk for a little?
yeah, I think that'd be good. I was like, whoa, that was scary. It's like, what's the voice? Ah!
Sorry about that. So, we might not have any new donations at the moment, but for the next upcoming run, Katana Zero, we still have 2 incentives, bid wars that we have, which will decide over the fate of both the Coffin Head and the robot. There's an option for both killing and sparing both of them, but there are no donations on that so far, so if you want to snipe something in there, it's a good opportunity. There's still about 3 hours until that run.
Alright, boss time. Pretty much the same as always. Nothing really exciting going on. Except this boss will always use an AoE on turn 1, so it's completely consistent, just getting blown away with some nasty, stinky breath. And there we go. Ready to destroy the misgenerator? I sure am. So there's this mysterious thing that looked like a raw Seru. And why is there a raw Seru that appeared after the misgenerator is destroyed? Questions for later, right? So if you look carefully, you can see that Gala's head and neck are kind of having a little bit of a falling out, so to speak. I love these early 90s 3D polygon graphics, right? Or win, Octum. Alright, so it's time to take a flying train off to Sebicus, or no, not off to Caristo. So we're yeah, to give some perspective on exactly how long Caristo is compared to the first two Drake Kingdom and Sebicus Islands. We're pretty. I mean, we're maybe a minute or so behind world record. And it's been about an hour 35 in this run or thereabouts. And we're just finishing the second, we're just leaving the second region of the game, going to the third and final region. So, yeah, the last region is long. There's a lot more stuff, and a lot less of it can be skipped. I can't just skip an entire, 2/3 of the first region, more or less, or all of Retalia like I did. Ugh. Alright, we have another cutscene where we find, hey look, this this is not good. The mist in Caristo was too strong. We can't actually go all the way, or the Sarah will be affected. So instead they're going to send us going super fast and effectively just slingshot us into Caristo. Are they gone? They're gone. I wish the flying Sari could swim. See what happens when you depend on those flying trains. I can't keep getting you out of trouble, you know. Hey, I never asked you to help me. Or what are you doing? What is that? Oh, I don't believe it. That's the floating castle. Now we have to sit here for a literal 48 seconds and just watch the floating castle fly overhead. My gosh, is that what you call it? A raw cereal egg? I didn't know that. I don't think so. It's mine. You can't have it. Why should I give it to you? Well, I have to get going. I have things to do. Unskippable cutscenes. Because it's a late 90s JRPG, and that's what we did, is we had unskippable cutscenes to pad the game because longer is more better. Come on, Von God, let's go! Well, no arguing with Noah, let's go inside. So there's not really all that much we can do on the bottom floors of Seoul. The game was kind of told us to head to the top. But as we head up there, we're gonna get stalked by this fine gentleman Gaza, who's kind of really strong and just cuts up Seru monsters and eats them for breakfast. Actually don't know about that last part, but definitely does the first part. I have a feeling that we might actually be fighting this guy at some point, but not right now. Forgive me, I apologize. I was indeed human, as to detect no madness in mine eyes. Ma? No, of course not. Mine eyes doth deceive me. Ma is no longer of this world. And the upper floors are those who greet thee. Make haste. I take leave of thee now. They were lifeless, cold eyes. Very disturbing. Let's go, Steve. Onward, let's go inside. I was always poking your nose and everything. Come on, Vaughn, let's go. I'm great, Vaughn. Vaughn, what's the pimp? The infamous cutscene, but choosing the second option does save about 10 or so seconds, so I'm gonna get Grant because he's bad. Who's adults? Nikiko's sticking. Why? Adults are humans too. I'm a human. I'm a human just like them. I don't understand why. Gala, tell me. When? Yeah, I do. Alright, Gala, I'll take care of Grantis later. I need to buy... I'm gonna buy a gold card, some Soru bread, I need 8 loaves. Now we're gonna head to the dance competition, and we're gonna complete the tutorial. We have to get at least 400 points.
Ready, go! Ready, go!
Go. Why are we doing all this? Because we're gonna get an item called the speed chain. Speed chain gives you a guaranteed first turn in combat.
Ready, go!
And that's going to be useful later. Although the precise reasons why are a bit nuanced, technical, and difficult to explain.
Three, two, one, finish!
So for the minigame, you just want to use the triangles on the first two and then the very last one. 444 points. No, there's nothing more I can teach you. As a final prize, I'll give you the speed chain. In effect, the speed chain is going to mess with Terra's AI and going to enable us to do some things. I actually don't know if it's faster to take the elevator or not. It might be, it might not be. So we get up here. Oh my gosh, it's a Genesis tree, but it's just a seedling right now. Na, 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 na. Da, 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 da. Da, 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 da. Alright, so now we have to go through the Soul Tower lower floors in order to advance through this part of the game. We need 8 loaves of Sorry Red, which is why I bought those. And I bought incense so I don't have to keep file transferring, which would cost a lot of time. There's Right, there's the last treasure chest. The game doesn't really tell you about giving them Sorry Bread, but there are a couple of NPCs who say something about how the sages really loved Sorry Bread, so I'm not really sure how you're supposed to know that. Now, well, speaking of Dr. Usha, maybe I didn't mention Dr. Usha. We're going to have a hologram of Dr. Usha is going to show up and tell us about how we should take the Genesis tree seedling and go plant it down at Warrior Square. And surprisingly enough, even if you don't have the Genesis tree seedling, because you can get the Sorry Red and view this cutscene before Gaza 1, it'll still talk about, you know, it won't actually change the cutscene at all. have a little switch puzzle maze. I'm steaming. Da 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 da. Alright, so now it's time for Gaza. Round 2. Oh, it's in the right path. Darn it, you must die. Prepare to die, rather steal my astral sword. Prepare to meet thy doom. La la la. Alright, well that's Gaza. I know, it's kind of the same thing over and over and over again, but I promise, well actually no, I can't promise. But there'll be some fun skips in a little bit when we get to Nabora. So we're coming up on an input break. I'm gonna use the restroom here, so I'm gonna mute and step away for just a moment once the cutscene starts. So BRB, RB, RB, RB.
I guess while Ria is gone, I will fill the silence for a moment. We might still not have any new donations, but I'd like to remind you that there are still 2 bid wars going on for Katana Zero, which is going to be right after this run. It's still 2.5 hours until then, but there's 2 bid wars and there has been absolutely no donations towards those. You can decide on the fate on both the Coffin Head and the Robot. You can decide to either kill or spare either of them. So if you want to snipe any of those, there's still plenty of time for that. And I'd just like to remind you that 100% of your donations will go to the Organization for Autism Research, a great cause, so I highly recommend donating. I will definitely throw in a donation after my hosting shift myself.
I'm gonna leave this muted for just a couple more minutes while I take a bite to eat, because, you know, I need a little snack, because it's kind of a longer run. Alright, had a bite to eat. We have revived the Genesis Tree of Soul Tower. At this point, it is now time to head onward. Before we do, we need to stop at the inn on the first floor. Go down to the basement and talk to our good friend Emperor Itora Ignal Dirk Lumicentus VIII, the Emperor of Soul. And he's going to tell us XX triangle circle square, a password that is convenient PlayStation controller buttons. I know not what it means, but apparently it's a password. Another thing that we can do here is we can while we are on the bridge, we can go ahead and use the doorway to warp back to Caristo Station, which saves some walking and also skips a cutscene where Zora and the Delilahs are discussing our reviving the Genesis Tree of Soul and how their Delilahs will protect Koru and blah 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 blah. No one cares all that much, which is why we skipped the cutscene. It's actually been such a long time since the last time I've actually even seen that cutscene. Not a lot else to say. Coming up on Cutscene City, which hopefully we're going to try to skip the cutscenes. At least most of them. Some of them we can't skip, unfortunately. Even though the password is not random, they won't even give you the chance to enter the password until you have talked to Emperor Yutori now Dirk from the Sentis VIII. The characters will be like, I don't know anything about a password. Yeah, we should probably go find out something about a password. And you can't get access. So in order to get to the floating castle, we need to revive the Genesis Tree of Buma, which is frozen and can't be revived. But if we destroy the Ice Seru Koru using time-space bombs, then maybe things will work. And we can release the heat energy stored in Koru's body. And it'll all be well and good. Alright, so let's do some cutscene skips. Y'all know what that means. It means you're gonna have to break out the incense. See, we're still in the first half. We're still in South Caristo. It's already been 40 minutes, almost 40 minutes of Caristo. That's why I said that Caristo is so much longer than Drake Kingdom or Subicus Islands, because there's so little you can actually skip. There is a few bosses you can skip, and that's it. Very eloquent speech there. You was key ruins who has doors, dreams be opa, gather at dream, door open. Real eloquent. So that skipped past the trigger that's supposed to take you into the dream sequence, and then back here there is a another cutscene trigger that's in out of bounds. Basically, we went out of bounds, and that takes us to the end of the dream sequence. It also puts Noah in the party, so Noah finally joins the party, even though she hasn't actually joined, and she won't join until actually we'll get her right after we finish her Umayas. Right about here, take one step down as a walk step, holding R1 to walk instead of run. We gotta make sure to go down right there. At that position, go down. Not go down plus right. That would be bad. Alright, there's our second dreamscape. Alright, one last stream to skip. Incense is really powerful, keeps us awake. Da da da. Da da da. Da 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 da. For Wind Drake Castle. So now we're going to actually go recruit Noah. Although I needed to go put the speed chain on Vaughn real quick. Supposed to do that before I warped out. Exact reason why, I'll try to explain when we get to Koru. We're gonna finally go through Drake Castle, which is supposed to be basically the first dungeon. Alright, so now we're gonna have the so dark here, Noah. Come on, wake up, Noah. Thankfully, we don't have to redo the training ground sequence. Gotta touch these magic pixels right there. Wind, Usha. Hey, knuckleheads, visitors are on the elevator. Start winding. Da-da-da-da-da. Supersaturate power stones with dragon water. I need to insert. Inserting. So the answer to the quiz is 4314, but it just gives you some healing items that I don't need. And answering the quiz questions correctly would take time versus just failing the quiz. It's going okay, Wolfman. It's, you know, been better, been worse. Had worse runs, had better runs. Items used or win Booma. I'm gonna take a safety save here. Because this skip coming up is items use incense. This is definitely the most interesting part of the run from a glitch perspective. You? Dr. Rusha, you liar. I counted right, I counted 1, 2. Oh, I guess the time-space bomb was too powerful. There is a way to get out of bounds. There is a different way to get out of bounds and do this skip that doesn't rely on having Noah as your active character, which would make it viable in any % New Game Plus to do this. This but this way is faster and easier. No, I don't need any explanation. No. And that just skipped the Delilah says it skipped the party, most of the party split up. Now we just went directly to Koru. So this involved getting free action incense by getting the incense to run out just after I switch characters. It's weird. Hard to explain. Alright, I have a 50% chance to get fast Koru, which saves about 45 seconds. If Koru attacks Terra, again, I don't get it. If Koru attacks Vaughn, then I get fast Koru. No, didn't get it. No fast Koru. Koru does not like Koru does not like Terra today. Having the speed chain equipped messes with Terra's AI. That's the short version of this. Terra's AI gets all messed up. Instead of like trying to heal Vaughn, or potentially I don't know. It's very difficult to try to explain what just happened. The short version is we're going to be Vaughn and Terra. We need the speed chain on Vaughn in order to mess with Terra's AI so that I can actually die in these fights that I need to die in. Now we've defeated them, because and then that causes Koru to disintegrate into polygons, a bunch of warmth and heat energy to escape, and for the ice in the surrounding area to melt. So now we can go back to Booma and finally revive the Genesis tree. Yay! We did it! Anyway, I think that's really kind of the highlight of the run, from like a glitch exposition. Bleh. Words hard. Alright, so we're gonna set up for another skip. This is a Soren cutscene skip. If we get it successfully, it skips a cutscene that's like a minute 45. We'll win, Booma. Now it's time to revive more Genesis trees. Ding! Alright, we did it! We revived the Genesis tree. So obviously all of this movement is choreographed well in advance. Hopefully this works. That is Soaring Cutscene Skip. And there's 3 skips to go. For Win Soul. It's the other way. It's down. We go talk to the pianist, give the sheet music that we were supposed to pick up in the cutscene that we skipped, but we didn't. Alright, so we go with talk some sense into Grantis and tell him to go back to Booma and take some responsibility and whatnot. Oop, wrong elevator. Whirlwind Booma. I never actually noticed the portrait of Kara there on the wall until just now. More you know, right? Alright, got the Soren Flute, that's going to allow us to get to Mount Heaney. Use the incense, and now it's time to start climbing the mountain. And now the ice barrier that was stopping us from getting up here is now gone. So there's a... bleh. I'm just thinking that... Never mind. I'm just so disjointed I don't even know if I can form coherent thoughts at this point. Trying to explain what's going on and, you know, potential for different stuff, and... I'm very sorry, everyone. It's just difficult to try to explain what I'm doing when there's not, without kind of knowing what to talk about.
Absolutely, don't worry about it. It's hard commentating for 4.5 hours.
Well, it's not even that. It's that chat pretty much died as soon as I started streaming. It was super active, and then once I started, it was just like, nope. Everybody just like noped out.
I mean, this isn't exactly a run where, you know, people will be active. This is just one of those comfy runs that you can just have on in the background and listen to.
Yeah, it's...
Don't worry about it too much.
So, climbing up Mount Teeny, and almost to the summit. This is the last stream before the summit. And then we'll meet the Soren, who are going to be like, hey, are you, grant us that traitor helping you? We're not going to help you. And then Gala is like, what are you, allies of the Mist? Are you protecting the Mist? And it's all just one crazy cluster truck. And eventually it's decided that since they can't agree to help us, that instead they are going to take us to the Soren camp and ask the Elder what to do. And the Elder is going to say, you know what? I've decided we're going to help you because that sounds cool and all. I think that you guys can actually destroy the floating castle. And we're like, sweet, now we're making some progress. Long silence. Still. Long silence. So way back, this is something I bet nobody remembered this. So way back at the very beginning of the game, we got the point card. You might remember that. And then in Octum, I bought a whole bunch of Doors of Light and Doors of Wind. And I was careful to get exactly at least 1,600 points on the point card. Turns out I need that many points for something coming up. I kind of want to grab a medicine or two just for safety's sake. I'll probably just safety save the game. No, I should buy medicine. We should do the smart thing and buy a medicine, 2 medicine. The reason why we need to buy medicine is that there is a chance of Zora using Glare, and in the old no speed chain route, that was amazing and it saved you like 2 minutes plus. In this route, if it happens, it can lead to your game hard locking. And that would be not good, so I'm going to take a bit of a detour. Sell, buy. The incense should wear off, yeah, as I say, it hasn't already. Hello, Fire Splitter. Hanging together somehow, I think. Yeah, we need the point card for this jerk. 1600 health. Speed chain guarantees first turn in combat, so that's why I can do that and not have to worry about getting wrecked. Need to hit that switch. It is possible potentially to be able to skip that fight by doing an incense skip past the trigger that locks all the doors. But right now we have these Puera, and we want to have them not use Death Game, which they tend to do use Death Game, so that will be slow. And then we just need to choose to get KO'd by them. So that was unfortunately slow. Peter and get back to Serueg. This is Zora. I mentioned there's a potential hardlock. Zora has an attack called Glare that can inflict petrifaction. And if she glares Terra, then bad things happen. What we want to see is a quick Dark Typhoon. There we go. Turn 2, I don't think I've ever seen her turn 1 Dark Typhoon. Sorry, but I've got business with the mist generator. What song? What do you want from the mist generator? Yeah, Songy's kind of the Vegeta of the game. He's kind of a jerk. A Richard, if you will. So there is a setup for a skip that starts here in the floating castle, but the skip does have a small chance, maybe 5 to 10%, of crashing the game. So I will be making a safety save before we do the skip. Which means I have to do an alternate skip that's about 45 seconds slower, just to prevent any potential crashes, or rather, make it so if the game does crash, I'll at least have a save that's very close. Gone. Lucas and the Thorn are all gone. We have taken out the third, but not the last mist generator. Yeah, this, I have to agree with Ria. It's a confusing run if you don't know exactly. It's not enough to just be familiar with the game. You have to specifically know the run and the glitches. Otherwise, it's just like, what the flying baby reach is going on here? Unfortunately, it's really difficult to explain. It's got a lot of barriers to getting out the people doing this run, so it's just... Unfortunately, I have not had a lot of success with getting people interested in this run, in doing this run. I think it's a really interesting thing to show off, but it's super technical as well. Alright, so as I said, I'm going to take a safety save. Alright, let's see if I can get this. Nope, that was off. I don't know why this has been so sketchy for me lately. Sure, I don't have quite as much practice with it as the other skip, but No, again, that was off. I'm gonna give it one more try. Yeah, I have just not had any success with this in marathons. Like in practice, I can get the other skip a lot of the time, but then this skip is just such a nightmare. Alright, okay, we got it. Oh crap, we got into a fight. This could be bad. Alright, well, at least we have Terra, so we'll fail to run and then we'll just get KO'd and... Supposed to use the incense pretty much right away, but I used it. I waited just a bit long. So hopefully the game won't also crash on me here. Usually if I mash really quickly, it'll avoid it. Okay, we're good. We find out that the mist is has been created as a weapon of war by Conquerum to use against in their war against Seoul. We're going to head to the underground laboratory, and I'm going to go into a portal that's going to lead us to Rogue's Tower in the Serukai. And by defeating the head rogue and destroying Rogue's Tower, we're going to be able to shut off the source of the mist and save the people of Conquerum of the Pass. And blah 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 blah. Also donate for the event. That'd be really great if you can afford a few bucks. Other than that, I mean, there's Get to watch people going berserk because of the mist. That's always kind of fun. Alright, off to Rogue's Tower. It's a piece of a rogue. It's a rogue fragment. We'll listen to some awesome music for Rogue's Tower. Probably my favorite track in the game. Alright, now we get to see how bad RNG wants to hack us. Alright, Terry getting attacked first, that's good. That's what we want. Alright, got the turn 3, that's the best possible fight here. So without the speed chains, Terra would have revived Vaughn there, and then it would have just cycled endlessly. But with the speed chain, we can mess with Terra's AI a little bit and allow us to actually lose that fight. It was something that was just kind of found by accident, how the speed chain messes with Terra's AI while routing out Hundo, New Game Plus. Just a happy coincidence that was discovered during the Song 3 fight, which we haven't gotten to yet. It's actually the only Songy fight we actually do in the run is the Song 3 fight. Nice, another turn 3. Excellent. So they need to attack Terra and then attack Vaughn and then attack Terra again in order to end the fight. Because if Vaughn gets attacked while Terra is still up, then Terra will revive Vaughn. And if just attacks Terra, then they have to actually attack Vaughn to end it, because otherwise Terra will just keep reviving, and it can take a while. I've definitely had it take a fair number of turns to actually get through this clusterfucker fight of a tower. So same thing as before. Another attacking Terra first, that's good. Alright, so see, this is just wasting time now. We just have to wait until attacks spawn again. This is some definite animal abuse. So if you step on a portal while the floor is in the warped position, you get sent to the penalty box. But it's kind of delayed, so it's difficult to, unless you kind of have a feel for the timing. The general rule of thumb is that you can go through 2 portals. Nice, turn 1, because I got the fire breath. I think Carbon 2 can also fire breath turn 1. I'm not sure though. But that just makes it a nice 1-turn fight, which is very, very nice. Saves me some time. So it pulses 6 times before it goes back to normal, and about the time that it pulses for the 4th time is when you can enter the portal again. The big portals you can enter whenever, and you only have to worry about that on floor 3. The first 2 floors you can go through the portals whenever. I sense the presence of evil, but the rogue is nowhere to be found. Ooh. It's the rogue! I'm not afraid of you, I hate you. Let's teach this rogue a lesson. Because the crystal is evil. Na, 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 na. Now we can destroy Rogue's Tower. Now how do we get back to Conklin from here? Da-da. Simple mistake? Does a simple mistake take people's lives? I think not. Besides, I still have time to get a lot done. Haha, you are quite right. Quite right indeed. In reward, in exchange for this, they desire the Nemesis Gem. Father, I beseech you, do not give them the Nemesis Gem. Silence, court, this is my decision. I am therefore going to give them the Nemesis Gem. Hi, Angie. It's been going pretty well outside of the early past Conquering hecked up a couple times. I got hecked by early past Conquering. I need to practice the safe way that doesn't start in where is it called? Floating Castle. Listen well, this is an order. An order! Ooh, ordering. Thank you for the good luck. I really need it. Hopefully this works. Might have been a bit too close to the screen before when I went to the left. Not sure if it'll work or not. Might be a couple pixels off and we don't get the late cutscene skip. We'll see. Hopefully, but no guarantees. Oh, we got it. Excellent. So the screen's going to turn black, and once it does, I just hold up and right and just head directly in. Dun, 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 dun. That voice, it's Juggernaut! Juggernaut is below us! Stop, maybe he's sleeping. He must have been Juggernaut tossing in his sleep. So we have I'd say probably, 50 minutes left in the run. Probably gonna be, it looks like it's about 3:31 into the run. I'd say this is probably gonna be probably 4:19 to 4:20. Probably what my guess is for time. As long as we don't screw up the last skip in the run. There's one more skip to do. And it's kind of a cluster truck. Go for it, thank you. Thank you, Shala. Here we go. The clone is really not really what you want to see. I'd like to see is a thank you for the good luck. Yeah, Shadow Break. That's what I wanted to see. I can't think of the name of the attack. Yeah, Shadow Break is an AoE that hits everything. That's what it's called. That's some gnarly sound effects there. On what's his face? And one of my favorite lines in the entire game. Just go, we wasted much time. All right. So once we defeat this, then we'll be done with all the misgenerators. We will have saved the world, and we will not be done with the speedrun, as there's still one last arc of the game after we clear out this dungeon. So even though this is all set up to be the final boss, here it's in fact not the final boss. Although, if I were really going to the final boss on a 336 pace, that would be pretty awesome. Saving the world, but then we have to save the swirled and the twirled afterwards. Sorry, I thought it was clever and funny, but apparently everybody else disagrees. I'm getting tomatoes thrown at me. Throw the tomatoes at the Ria. He deserves it. Welcome Raiders. Hi hi. I'm Ria. I am the runner of Legaia. We are about 45, a little under 45 minutes off from the end of the run. It's a long one. I think I checked it's the longest one of the marathon. As is often the case when I do runs. Not always, but usually it's the longest. Usually I end up having the longest runs. I do tend to run some of the longer games out there. So again, get a quick mystic circle. Yeah, because we have to gotta have one long run so that the organizers get a break to not have to constantly be setting up the next run. Hi, why did you do it? My own brother. Now we're, of course, just like all the other misgenerator dungeons, you know, there's some ominous collapse. We destroyed the load-bearing boss. And while we could wait until there's like 14 seconds, just under 15 seconds on the clock And then Kara comes and rescues us. Instead, we're just going to use the Door of Light and warp out of here because that's more faster. We fall down, but thankfully we will survive. Get thrown out of these mist chute. There's Kara, you can see her there. Also, there's going to be some loot. There's going to be kind of a lewd cutscene. So I'm going to warn y'all here in just a moment that y'all need to shield your eyes. Look away, look away. Shield your eyes, everybody. Too hot for Twitch. Ah, my poor eyes, they burn. Oh no. Look away, look away. Okay, it's safe to look again. It's okay to look at y'all.
Yeah, it's very risky. We might get banned for that. That is, whew,
Too hot for Twitch.
Christ.
Heaven help us all. Well, we might not be able to get any help from heaven because I think we're in the presence of somewhere a little further to the south. Catch my drift.
Yeah.
I mean, it was literally called the fortress gate was literally called the Gate of Hell. That's the literal name in game. All right. Well, we are ready for kind of have a little lull in the action, and then it'll be off to the so we're back here in Rimelm. First thing we're going to do is we're going to talk to Noah. She's obviously upset that her parents have died. Her brother is presumed dead. Needed to put some points on the point card. Like we have reconnected on my end. Just it's something that some weird thing that happens every now and again where it just spontaneously DCs like that. So I'm back up on my end, hopefully.
Yep, we are now back up again as well.
Okay, good to know. So Juggernaut arrives, find out that Court merged with Juggernaut, is still alive. Court has, slash Juggernaut has taken over has used with the town and is planning, and apparently the Juggernaut will grow and swallow the world or something or another. And Songi is going to go off to conquer the Serukai and rob the Great Genesis Tree of its life force and blah blah blah. Much as we would like to be able to do something about Juggernaut, we don't have the ability to break that barrier just yet. Only after the final Songi. Yeah, lots of taking over the world. That's kind of what... I mean, the villain. He's flipping evil. So there's a couple things before we head to Urumayas, we need to go get Terra back. Well, actually, that's not the only thing we have to do. We have to do one other thing as well. We're going to do our way into Byron. Now we have to do one last skip to get uh, Should be back now.
Yep, looks good. Yep, we're back.
Alright, well I just got the last skip, first try. And hopefully that'll be the last time that happens. If it does, I'll probably manually cut the stream for a couple bits, that I was just letting it auto reconnect. If it continues to act up, like it was working just fine, like all that until right there. I don't know why it decided that that was a good time to cut out. So we're gonna go touch the magic pixels and get Tara into the party one last time. And we have Tara with our full party of Vaughn, Noah, and Gala. Which is kind of useful because that means I don't have to worry about Tara reviving people. Just like I did earlier, when it was just Vaughn and Tara. So Tara's not actually going to show up in the battle party, but she's in the party for purposes of seeing Tara in the party. And so the glitches will still work. Now, I'm heading to Drake Castle, and you might be wondering, why are we going to Drake Castle? It said we need to go to Uramias. That's true, we do need to go to Uramias, but we have to go to Drake Castle first, because we have to actually go and beat the first boss of the game, Carbon. We have to go do that now. The reason why we have to do that is because after the next boss, the game is going to plop us back on Mount Rikuroa, which is where we're heading right now. And if we haven't taken care of that boss, Carbon, then the game is going to get really confused, and it's going to lead to a hard lock, and it's just not going to be any fun for anybody. So the workaround is that we actually have to go and knock off Carbon, which is annoying. So for this boss, because it has so little health, 1024, it's actually worth it just to point card it versus just dying to it like we will for the last two bosses. Spoiler alert, we will die to the last two bosses. I mean, that part hasn't changed. So that's where we leave the point card on here. We'll take it off before the next boss because it's just not useful for the last two bosses. We need to die to them, and we don't want to waste time running away. Well, it has the potential to be slightly slower. Anyway, this is the last input break of the run, which, you know, to be fair, there's only about 20 to 25 minutes left in the run. However, it is still a chance for me to go get a little bit of food, redonation, shout out future runs and whatnot. So I'm gonna actually step away, and I will BRB.
In that case, I will indeed fill the silence to the best of my extent, because we still do not have any new donations. But I'd like to remind people once more that for the next upcoming run, which is Katana Zero by Zerclips, we still have two bid wars where no money has been put towards. We can decide over the fate of both the Coffin Head and the Robot. Both are bid wars between killing or sparing. No donations towards that, so we're slowly closing in towards the end of the run. So if you want to snipe one of those in, still a good chance, but you might want to hurry up with that. And other than that, you still got a couple of good runs to look forward to later today. For example, Gunman Clive. Hold on, I'm gonna actually also mention the categories along with that. Gunman Clive any percent Clive Easy by TBA Aro, Croc 2 any percent by J Rude, and the two most exciting ones probably towards the end of the day, Final Fantasy IV Free Enterprise by Gambit and Commander Leonar. You really don't want to miss that one. That one's wild. And to close it off, we have Super Viper T302 with Super Mario 64 120 star as the final run of the day. And I would also like to remind you that 100% of your donations will go towards the Organization for Autism Research, which is an amazing cause. So yeah, every dollar counts.
All right, I got a little bit of a snack to hold me over. Door light out. And now we can head to Urumayas. Equip. Items used or win. Concentrate now, harder. Turn your bravery into words. Hopefully there haven't been even more random disconnects while I was gone. Only hope.
Not that I would have noticed.
That's always a relief. Now we get to see Vanessa for a little bit. I for one respect anybody wanting to live their best life. What I'm doing. Alright. So pretty much at this point the rest of the run is purely academic. Once this fight's over, I can give you an idea on exactly how much longer there is. Or sorry, once this fight is over, I'll be able to give you in lots of detail. Chaos Flare is what you don't want to see. It's actually the least powerful attack. It only does about half the damage of his physicals, but it's also considerably longer animation. It's kind of like how you don't want to see Spore Gas in Berserker. Alright, so we should have right about 17 minutes left. So I'm not sure where the event is as far as being ahead or behind schedule. So I don't know if you want me to drag out the end and show some of the post-final boss cutscenes, or if y'all are behind and just want to immediately cut to the next run. I'm okay with either. Just somebody let me know what you'd like me to do.
I think if it's still 17 minutes until then, we will be perfectly back on schedule, actually.
Well, that's convenient. Yeah, it should be 16:30 to 17 minutes. The rest of the run is purely academic. It's just mashing through text, and then one last boss that pretty much will go up exactly like the one that we just finished. There are no more skips to worry about. No skips to perform. No weird sequence breaks or going back to do things for seemingly inconsequential reasons, but which are actually necessary in order to prevent the game from crashing later on. Just final dungeon, run through it, use incense to avoid random encounters, and then die to the final boss, and it'll be GG. Also, if we could get some baby rage in chat, that would make me feel all warm and fuzzy inside. This is the part where it's remember the Haris that we saw like over 2.5 hours ago, and they all disappeared into the earth because of the earthquake. Yeah, they're back. They're still sort of alive and kind of kicking. Alright, so they're back. And so they're like, hey, we're actually part of T. Also, we can float and move because we're spirit entities now. Also, the Great Genesis Tree is going to die and we can't do anything about it, but we can buy you enough time to go take out Juggernaut. Or something or another. Bye, babies. Time to use our magical... Well, I'm sorry the disconnects are banned. I suppose you'll just have to ban me. But if you are going to ban me, then can you at least wait another 12 minutes for me to finish this up? Just for event continuity's sake. I mean, at this point...
there's no banning of Rias here, there's only banning of disconnects.
I mean, you have to ban me because I disconnected, right?
No, this is not your fault, this is the disconnect's fault.
So we're banning my computer?
Not exactly.
So, as I mentioned earlier, we pop back here on the Mount Rokuroa Summit, and if we haven't taken care of Carbon by now, then bad things happen. But we have to wait until after Court 1 so that we can get Terra back. Because if we don't get Terra back, then you have all sorts of other problems. Or wind or elm. Alright, time for the final dungeon. Ding! Alright, time for spooky final dungeon. Kinda gross. By kind of, I mean extremely gross. Yeah, it would. Why I always say that I'm not really keen on seeing a an HD remake of the game, because I'm just like, I don't need to, I don't even need to see this dungeon in standard def. I definitely don't want to view it in high def. Heck, even low def is, yeah. I will need to use one more incense. I'll go and do that here. Get it to last long enough. Even with all of the a couple of missed incense skips, still got through it with plenty of extra incense to spare. And talk to the villagers. May and Val will give you items, but we don't need any of that, so we're just going to advance through. I will show off one thing because it only takes a second or so. There's a really hidden item in the next room, in this room that I just entered. So, you know, it's one of those things like, how would you ever know to check here? But if you go run around and then right here, hey, it's a metal goblet. Metal goblet makes you stay at 100 AP, so you can just basically spam arts and never have to worry about running out of AP, which is kind of nice. That's kind of nice. It's extremely, extremely powerful. Probably why it's so well hidden. But yeah, I just wanted to show that off. Y'all are welcome. Anybody who played this game, and probably if you didn't use a guide, and even if you did use a guide, just a lot of guides didn't even tell you where that was.
Oh yeah, that's very visible. I definitely would have found that.
Full crap.
Yeah, never.
Alright, so oh, there's the incense running out. Actually ran out right on the screen transition, so we actually got that little incense skip out of bounds. Didn't do us any good, but always cute to point out. Alright, so we are starting the final boss sequence. At this point, it's all just cutscenes until the final boss, so we've got a minute or two of we've got about 2 minutes of cutscenes And then the final boss has like a 30-second intro cutscene. And then we are going to hopefully die quickly, and that'll be the end of the run. And it will be GG. Oh my god, so Court is still alive, for some value of alive. I mean, human, I know about love. I am human, Noah? Human? Humans are weak, humans are dirty. No, you're wrong! Who went to It's me, Noah! Noah? Who is Noah? I know Noah. Ria named her to no. I know no. I need no. It's time for the final boss. This is actually the final boss. It is the devil. As I said, the final boss is like a 30-second intro cutscene. And get ready. Time. And there we go. That's Legend of Legaia. Any percent new game plus. Pacifist edition, if you will. Until I am notified, otherwise I'll just continue to push through the ending sequence, but that was time. Should have been like a high 419.
You can feel free to just do your outro and just, cut yourself off whenever.
Alright, well, I'm Ria. I don't speedrun as much as I used to. Do some arena these days. But this is Legend of Legaia, any percent new game plus. I hope that y'all enjoyed the run. Sorry that a couple disconnects and a couple of failed skips, but those kind of things happen in marathon settings. Hope y'all won't hold it against me too much. So thank y'all for watching. I hope that you enjoyed the run. Please donate to the marathon, and as always, I will try better next time. So thank y'all once again. Love y'all, and but that's going to be enough for me, so I'm going to go and sign off because I am rambling very incoherently now. So take care, everyone. Ria signing off.